All right, this is day 7. Yep, things are going pretty well right now. Yesterday made some massive improvements in security issues. I was doing some noob things, binding to the 0.0.0.0 everything in the world interface, which would have been bad if I ended up at a coffee shop with a certain black hat individual. But that's fixed. I've got basic bearer token off, so it would be hard to do now what would have been pretty easy yesterday. Today I'm going to work on environments and capabilities again. And I'll know what that means when I dig into it. But first things first. Boop. Let's see. I want to see, like, I've got a process every time I go in these live streams that's was fun for the first couple of days of setting up these little posts. Like every day I'm reposting what I did yesterday, and I'm chaining them all together. It's cute, but it also takes a little bit too long. I've also got to set up OBS and get things going. It's a little bit obnoxious. So, just out of curiosity, go here. I'll get, I think I already started something called day 7. There we go. Take a look at my show notes. Let's do this. Take a look at my show notes in my Rooknanigans vault. Oh yeah, gosh. Here's yet another thing I have to do. Let's see. Final checks. I'm using Hammer Spoon. This is very duct tapey, but if I talk to my agent by pressing this button, then down here my agent shows up, so you can tell him I'm talking to him, not you. Oh yeah. It's pretty stupid, but I don't know. Another cute thing. All right, take a look at the daily process in my show notes in a vault. Sometime soon, if I ever get around to the environment awareness, it'll see that I'm in that vault and I don't have to say the extra stuff. I just say, tell me what's up with this. Yep. Let's just work on socials. How much of the socials part can be automated? Step 5. As an example, to clarify what's not obvious there, in step 5.2, then let's see. Here's the link I'm going to send out, but I want him to send it out. Crap. There. I'm just reload this page. This is an example of yesterday's post, and today I'm going to quote that post and then add similar text for the new day's post, but with all the day numbers incremented and everything corresponding to what happened yesterday. Is it possible for you to dig up all this information for my sake and assemble it into a template that I then edit and then which you finally send out to ideally both LinkedIn and Twitter? Other housework stuff while it's working on that. I'm going to change this to be something a little bit better than a circle. What should I do here? All right. Hmm. Ah, here we go. Apparently not. There we go. Sort of. Bah. Mm-mm. I'll do it later. All right, back to this stuff. What I want to build. That won't help. Let's just manually do this together. Let's just manually do this together. We'll try every step a bit at a time, and if it works, we'll capture it as a set of instructions that you can use later. An agent skill, if you will. Step 1. How can we go to my YouTube channel and figure out which live stream we did yesterday? In particular, screw it, we'll see if we can do this way. Here's my channel. Boop. But also, oh wait. By the way, new podcast out just last week. Should be another podcast out next week, I bet. This is the live one. Nice, we're lining them up. And here's the public version of that. Tell me if you can figure out what the last completed live stream was using an API or anything. If you need to get an API key for me, let me know. Is that right? Yep, that's correct. Yep. All right, see what that looks like manually. You also see the naming convention. How can we get the next item after that, after the live one, if there is any live one? There's often not. How do we get the next item whose name starts with day space number? Mm-hmm. Soon we'll do that. Actually, let's set up for that too. Create a skills directory in the root of this vault. So what I should be looking at is this. For the time being, set up a skill in there called Start Stream. We'll probably make something more complicated later and create a skill.md file and basically leave it as a placeholder while we're talking. I wish it wouldn't do that. give the skill name a more conventional name. All lowercase, dashes instead of spaces. Why are you doing that? Oh, interesting. It cut off the top of our conversation too. I think. Hmm. Inside the scripts directory for that skill, create a script for extracting the most recent live stream that's not still running, just like we talked about above. And then what? And then create a script for pulling down the transcript of that from YouTube. And the instructions that I want to start with in the skill, don't add any embellishments to this. In order to start the stream, we first need to set up our socials for this, and to do that we're going to pull the last stream that's closed. We're going to pull the transcript. We're going to find the segment at the end where I'm talking about how the day went, and extract a short message out of there. We're also going to pull down the timestamp for that point, or actually the full URL for that point. And if there is no summary, then we'll just pull down the opening notes. So just the beginning. Sounds like blah, blah, blah. Okay, in the instructions, go ahead and fold the scripts into those line items and delete the scripts section inside the skill markdown. And at the top you can specify where my channel is. We also need to say where to pull the transcript to. And for that, let's just have a transcripts folder in the root of that vault. And the transcripts will be named according to the date and the start time. For now. All right, let's do a run through for what we've got right now. Interesting. There's a parameter in Obsidian that allows me to see not just markdown files, but any text files. Can you turn that on for this vault? Good job. You use that Brave search skill. There we go. Why can't I freaking open it? Oh gosh. Is there any way to make it open inside Rook rather than open in some sort of other application? Crap. No. Sorry. Sorry, is there any way to make it open those files inside Obsidian instead of in different application? this. Boo. I don't want to open an Xcode. There I am jabbering. Pretty long, awful file. Does it start here? All right, rabbit hole. Jumping out. Here. And create another to-do for finishing this skill out. You know kind of what I've got in mind, so you can explain it there and link back to the show notes. This is kind of cool. I updated the tool cell yesterday so it would print JSON blobs as YAML, so they're a little bit more readable. And I didn't know it was doing, it was rendering it with every character. Like, it also might be why it's so freaking slow right now. What on earth? This is not what I want. No. No, no, no. Get rid of that one. I wanted to create the skill for the stuff that we were working on for pulling down the transcripts from YouTube and getting all that stuff ready. But it's just too involved to do it today. Oh. That'll do. Add a note at the end of that to do, which is lays out what I really want to do is it gets everything set up for me whenever I start a stream. And I also want to link this out to all the other content munging stuff that I do from my other repository. Hopefully it doesn't look for the other repository. There we go. All right, we're co-working, but we're not getting anything done on the main thing. List all the recently closed issues on this on Rook. Yeah, we'll start in clean context. I also wish I could go new, but of course it did. Yeah, that's fake though. It doesn't know what that means. Look up all of the recently closed issues for this repo. Look up anything to do with environmental repository setup or modifications that has been recently completed. Oh yeah. Go ahead, do it the plain old boring way. What's the easiest way to see what environments are available? Basically, I want to see environments as they are being registered in a timestamp. Is there a log or something like that? Should we add a log line in the server in the register API? What's good? Hmm? When an environment is registered, what are we saving in memory? And are we saving anything besides what's saved in memory? And where are we saving it? Is this the environment manager doing it? Oh, interesting. That's a little bit dated. Can you show me the line at which all this information is saved in memory? Can you link to that line so that it opens up in Z using a deep link? You might have to look up Z deep links online. Okay, all right. Really? Try to make up a Z deep link to line 71 there. Use some prefix that probably works. Now, of course, they don't actually form links. Bah. Okay, the first one seems it. Okay. This is a winner. Try to form that as a markdown link. Oh, will it work? Ooh, it did. Create a new using Z skill that just has a simple skill markdown file right now, and it's going to be a dumping ground of little facts. So the description is just like, this is how you can use Z with your AI agent. And make sure to say that Z is in IDE. All right, and then for the first random fact, explain how to deep link. Make the random facts more terse, and take out all of the examples except for the markdown encoded one. And okay, sure, fine. Ta-da. All right. So let's see if I can still read code. And Zed, how do I turn word wrap on for a particular file or for all files? And Zed, how do I turn word wrap on for a particular file or all files? Is there a shortcut key for this? Or come on. Command. Let's see. Really? Okay. What am I doing? What happened? Oh no. Nee. Goodbye. There we go. I'm new to Zed, so I'm figuring it out too. Okay, anyway, back to line 71. We're gonna to candidate. Nope. What was that line? What was that line again that we were working on before all this? Hmm. Yeah, this will change considerably. Oh, there's too much crap going on. Give me something that logs out the IDs of the environments as they're being registered at the API there. Oh. Give me a way of looking at the environment IDs as they are being registered. What log should I grep for this? I really don't think that works. do I tell you that's dumb and it didn't work? Well, I need to take a break. Hmm. I don't think the run rook script actually prints anything. So like, where's the normal application logging? We are clearly doing server stuff. I want to get something else rolling in the meantime in the background. Really? Sure. This is the same agent as Rook is running. Unfortunately, it's not Rook. It's the inner agent, the agent runtime. I want you to set up a workflow, work tree for creating tests for all of the clients. Make sure that the test nah, you wanna screw it too. I'm not gonna do that. Goodbye. Because that's gonna change soon too. So they just have to be the way they are. Cat. Ooh, okay, so that does. All right, this will do. So now I can go to different places. Click stuff, and I'm clicking stuff on my other screen, and nothing's being registered, of course. Maybe. If I go to Rook, bah. Oh, it's up here for some reason. Yeah, so it's got the ability to see things. Okay, so crap. Okay, I have the, what's that thing called? I have the context bridge turned on and accessibility grants in place so that Rook should be able to see which applications are running and the titles of those applications. But I'm not seeing any log lines for environments as I move from one application to another. Can you check in the Macintosh client to see what's up with that? Hmm. It's kind of a dumb place to log. It's a very long log. Hmm. Okay, I see those lines in that log. Okay. This one. Okay, it's doing stuff. Sort of. I don't see the corresponding registrations. There's nothing in that other log you referred to, and I don't think there's any other server. Double check for me real quick. Okay. How do I clear all the registrations? Just restart. Freaking restart the server. All right, so didn't see anything there. Didn't see anything there. Dang it. It's just not working. Conniption fit. Interesting. Okay. All right, so we got zoom. All right, so they're just getting registered as soon as I interact with them. Got it, got it, got it. What are the rules in the environment manager for registering the when does the Mac client register an environment? Does it automatically register every thing that's open, or what? Actually, or right, okay, so there's all that jazz. And all cattail. Okay, so now I go to a different web page. What about web pages? What about applications? What about when I transition away from a web page or app, or close it, or anything like that? hold account on everything. Oh no. Oh, that's gross. No, of course. There we go. Yep, we're started. And then click on something else. And something else. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna go insane. Because I know what it's gonna tell me. Alright, so I'm tailing this file. But now, instead of tailing this file, I'm just going to cat it out. Yeah, okay. Oh, I'm going insane. Hello, Aprofun. I'm not teaching anyone anything, unfortunately, right now. I'm trying to teach myself basic shell commands. I've got a cute little agent that helps me do stuff, and I'm trying to build him as he helps me do stuff. But neither of us are thinking terribly well right now. Thank you for asking. Oh, poor fella. I certainly didn't expect you, Aprofun. I didn't expect anyone. But thanks for stopping by. What are you up to these days, Aprofun? Not supposed to be. Feeling it today, though. Okay, I want to work on the environment manager, and I want probably to do a bit of an overhaul with it. The environment manager receives... Nah, crap, it's not even the environment manager. I want to work on the Mac client and control whenever the Mac client registers environments with the server. When the client wakes up, I want it to register all known environments, all applications that are open, and all web pages that are open. Whenever a web page is closed, I want it to be unregistered. Whenever an application is closed, I want it to be unregistered using the other API command. For registration, I want the environment to be registered along with the time that it was registered. I want these to be saved in memory. And a cache that expires after 30 minutes for now, but save that as a parameter that we can control. Right now, registration is doing all sorts of other stuff. It's trying to communicate with the environmental repository, but I want to super simplify down everything that the environment manager is doing. I just want to see it log as environments are being registered. I don't want it to do anything else besides that. Got it. This you will do for me. In my country, it is day. What country are you in? I'm in Nashville, Tennessee. Ish. What part's impressive? The Nashville part, or the text scrolling by, or me yelling at my computer? I think I'm giving my computer a conniption fit right now. is it up to? Oh. Hmm. Oh, is my screen not visible? That would be a bad thing. Let's see what I can see. Be a funny thing. Let's see. Here's what I see if I click on this. Oh, is my screen not visible? I hear. See, look at there. That would be a bad thing. My screen is visible. See what I can see. Shame on you for scaring me. Now my screen is not interesting. That might be true. Is a good place to look for the current structure. If you see that the structure is being modified from this document, then make sure to eventually update this document. All right, a lot more modification. thanks.
MAT registration simplified and synced.
Okie dokie. It's okay. I haven't been doing this very long. You're actually the first person that's talked to me. One person talked to me and their name had crow in it. So they were interested in the name Rook, which is probably how you found me. But yeah, feels really weird. Strangers watching me code. It's kind of what I signed up for, though. The goal is to keep my butt in the seat, man, just to see if I can do it. Okay, this is a pretty close implementation, but I've changed my mind on some stuff. Whenever the Mac client wakes up, it registers everything it sees, just like you've done already. But I want it to re-register things in every 5 minutes if it hasn't gone away. So if the document gosh, how do I want to do that? If I open an application and then that should, for the environment, this is interesting. What's it gonna do though? Okay, for any client, the Mac or the iPhone, whenever it encounters an environment, it's going to immediately register it with API. And every 5 minutes, it should also re-register an environment if it's still open, inhabited, present, right? But that means something very specific for the iPhone and for the Mac. On the Mac, we should probably have some sort of cache so that if I have revisited a web page, you know, I've got a lot of web pages open. If I've revisited a web page in the span of 5 minutes, it's still counted as viable live there. And so I want the Mac application to cycle through all of the environments that are still alive every 5 minutes. Yeah, I worded that wrong. So the Mac application cycle through all environment. So if the Mac encounters an environment or the iPhone encounters a new environment, then that basically puts a timer on that environment for 5 minutes. If that environment is not in the forefront on the Mac within that time, then it expires. And you don't have to send an unregister to the API because the API is going to do that on its own. Just basically, every 5 minutes after encountering a new environment, if something is keeping it alive, then we're going to re-ping the register endpoint to indicate that it's still there. Keep registering every 5 minutes. If I explicitly close a web page or close an application, then that should be unregistered. If I at the API, if a web page is ignored by me and doesn't have foreground, or an application doesn't have foreground in 5 minutes, then it will be forgotten from the Mac cache of environments, and there's no need to unregister it with the server. Okay, on the iPhone side, let's not really make any changes there right now. So that's fine. On the server side, environments are held in memory along with their most recently touched time. If an environment is unregistered, then it gets marked as unregistered. It stays in memory as a recent environment. So the memory structure should have the notion of active environments, which is anything that's been registered in the last six minutes and hasn't been unregistered. But if it's unregistered, or if it's gone beyond that 6 minute time limit, then it needs to be counted as, instead of active, a recent environment. And then if it's becomes active again, then the tag gets turned to active instead of recent. And then if it's been in the recent pile for more than 30 minutes, then it can be removed from memory entirely. Make all these times parameterized so that we can modify them later. That's a mouthful. Pretty sure this is going to be a pretty boring video most of the time. Aprofun. Mostly this is just a experiment to see if I can sit in front of the computer and stay focused on this. I'm also curious. I work with AI agents. I'm building one. I'm also curious if I can make myself a cyborg, half-human robot. I want to be able to take this agent and when I've recorded the content, for example, I could have the agent help go to YouTube, pull down the content, take a clip from it, stick it on YouTube, stick it on like X or LinkedIn, outline a blog post. I help review it and actually write a blog post, publish a blog post to social media, blah, 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 do all that stuff. That's what I want to do. Also, the agent, this little purple guy right here, is location aware. So you should be able to walk out around wherever you are, which you haven't told me yet, and it should say, oh, okay, Aprofun is at their house. And here's the types of things I know how to do at their house. And the agent can help you do house stuff. And then you go to your work, and it's like, okay, well, here's the work stuff. I can help him or her remember names of people around them, if that's what you want to do. Or, hey, we're going to school. Remind me what the homework assignments were, stuff like that. So anywhere you go, you can teach the agent little tricks for that location. And then you just keep educating the agent, and the agent helps you out, sometimes proactively. You could go to a grocery store, and the agent could say, oh, I know your grocery list because we've been talking about it during the week. And I also know the layout of the store, so I'm going to help you find the best prices because now I understand everything in the store. Starting new things is hard, but it can be fun. I'm not demonstrating fun. I'm demonstrating frustration. But it can be fun, I promise. Finance. What kind of finance? Where are you, anyways? Who are you? You don't have to tell me. I don't really care, but it is interesting having a conversation with someone sort of and thinking about this stuff. It's fairly distracting. But don't worry, it's not your fault. It's a good experience. Hmm. Wow. Cool. You just graduated. How's the job market for software graduates in the United States right now? It's pretty rough. I was talking with a nice young Indian lady that graduated in Los Angeles, and it was it's hard to find a job. Man, holy moly, this is taking forever. What are we working on here? In the recent issues closed, nope, they're not closed issues. I've recently made some changes to the Markdown, and I think there is an issue to fix Markdown that I created recently. Can you look that up for me using GH?
Environment lifetimes updated?
Okay, buddy. Message retracted. Almost got it. All right, gotta focus now. What changed? All right, so now I gotta start watching this stuff. So, in another window, I'm going to say, let's tail all, let's see. Will this still work, or should I change my, the way I'm tailing this log to get the updates? Oh, I do make other videos. One of the cool things I want to do with this is, like, at the beginning and the end, if you scroll backwards, you can see it. I say what I'm up to, and at the end, I say what I've done. Those are still kind of boring. Like, maybe some people who are really interested in the project will follow them. During the middle of the video, I was planning to kind of go over some new ideas that I had, and then I can chop those out. I can pull that out of the video, and that becomes a short, that becomes like actually its own video potentially, because I've got these cool buttons that let me do stuff like monologue, see, right? Or we'll be back. So some of this is, I'm kind of playing. I've also got a lot of content on my website. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. What's happening? Paste it. Nope, it's not gonna let me do it. I can type. There, there's my website. Also showed me how to tail that log that was in the temp directory that was the Mac client logging its environments as it encountered them. All right, so tail client and scripts run rook server client. Nope, server and Mac. You can make a live stream in YouTube Shorts. Oh, interesting. I guess you'd happen to have a URL I could look at to see more information about that, would you? I'm learning from everywhere. All right. So there's Z. Okay, what else? Okay, when I... Okay, so I'm starting from the client, and I can see that it's only registering... It appears to only be registering things if I click on them and foreground them. Is that true? Initially, when the client wakes up, I want it to register everything that is on the user's screen. Except but it needs to be like visible application things, not like stuff that's stowed away in the taskbar or something that's invisible to the user. I see a few suspect things such as as far as web pages. As soon as the application wakes up, I would only want it to register the web pages that are in focus rather than every single web page tab that's open. Before you do this, help me understand if that's a reasonable request. are those filters, can you filter by visible to user now? Or is that information you have access to? Okay, your recommendation sounds good, but first, okay, and I see that you have like different attributes like foreground, register OK, unregister OK, and then inside brackets you have like foreground, poll. Tell me what all the options are here. Oh my gosh. Hmm. I don't understand the poll periodic maintenance scan. If I, if it's not something that the user has done, then it's not in their brain, and I don't want it to be registered with a server either. Same question with timer. Is that something that the user is doing? If not, then I don't want it to trigger a re-register or re-waking it in the cache on the Mac client. I don't know why we would have a wake tag because the server is running on this Mac. If the Mac's not awake, then that's not very useful. And I also don't understand what server online does. Oh, I guess like whenever the server has just come back online, we need to re-register everything that has not timed out of the Mac client cache. Is that what's going on? Help me understand these things. Shit. Okay, I'll try again. Okay, if the user has foregrounded something, then it makes sense that we should consider it to be registered. It should be inside the Mac cache, and it's retouched its time limit for eviction has started over again. It's okay, and it will be re-registered with the server at the appointed time. Poll and timer, I don't understand very well. Is this something that the user is doing, or is this something that the Macintosh is doing? If the user's not doing it, then I don't want it to trigger anything, any sort of re-registration or registration because it's not a user action. App terminated makes sense. I'm not sure what wake means, because if the Macintosh is asleep, the client and the server are also both asleep. For server online, does this mean that if the server has suddenly woken back up, that we take everything in the Mac client cache and register it again with the server? Is that what that means? Answer all these questions. Oh, Wake should probably re-register everything. I guess that makes sense. It's just like if the client came online and it looks around and registers everything that is open. As for the server online, like if our server has, you're talking about the Rook server, right? If the Rook server has died and then comes back online, then all of its cached environments are going to be gone because the server went away. They were only stored in memory so far. So when the server comes back online, then we want to re-register everything. It's just as if the client has woken up for the first time. Do you feel like we're all in agreement now? Be more terse with your responses. I suspect I'm going to have to go down for dinner soon, which is a delight. And I'm not having the best day. All right, we'll do that. And then when you're finished, I'll tail up the logs one more time and make sure it makes sense to me. In the meantime, we'll be right back. All right, what we got? Why are poll and timer different? I would figure that timer should also not discover or register anything new. But maybe I don't quite understand what they are yet. Is timer something that the Macintosh does to its applications that you're watching? Or is timer something that the client is doing? The environment for the client itself should never even be registered. It's assumed that the client is a thing that's here. So we don't have to worry about that one. Remove it if we are registering the client application itself as an environment. So my understanding now is that if application X is started by the user, then it will be registered immediately with the API. If application X is not in the foreground, ever again, then it gets evicted from the client cache, but is never unregistered. But if application X is pulled into the foreground again at minute 3, then its timer is restarted and it is re-registered 5 minutes after it was originally started. If application X is explicitly closed, then it is unregistered with the API. Is this all correct? Why is this so hard? I think I want to make one change if it makes sense to you. Instead of this, I want to be more like nope, I like the way you got it. Let's keep it there. I'm going to restart everything and start looking at logs. Tail client. Tail server, just in, ooh, it is doing something. Run on both again. Oop. All right, we've registered a lot of stuff already. All right, so now I'm going to click Pi. It's foregrounded. Nothing registered, nothing registered. Okay, now I'll click my web browser with just an open tab. Okay, unregistered. Huh. I don't know what that is about. Foreground. Title. My son's having a conniption fit somewhere in the distance. Okay, so it registered new tab page. That's crappy. Okay, when I open my web browser to a new tab and then type in Arcturus Labs, I see this. When I open my web browser to a new tab and type in Arcturus Labs, I see this. I knew I should give it a different name. Arcturus Labs. But in the server tail, I see no indication of that. There's a few problems with this. One thing is that I don't want to register an environment for or for anything that's not a valid web page. Maybe Chrome extension pages or something, I don't know. I also don't know what this is. You'll have to tell me. Feels like it gets counted as not a valid web page. This line makes me think that the Arcturus Labs environment should be registered. However, if I look back at the server log tail, I don't see anywhere. I am seeing several things being registered at the server, so we have a connection for sure. And if I cat the full log, I can see that environment being registered at some point, but I'm not sure if the timestamp is correct. Can you look at the timestamps in both logs and see if they correspond to one another? You might look at some of the other environments too that were recently registered, because I think something's going through. And then after that, I want to take your advice and do what you said that we could do. Mm-hmm. Any idea why I couldn't see it when tailing this server like this? Yeah, okay, sure. Hmm. Oh gosh, really? Buffering? Alright, we'll try that one. Okay, that's a better way of tailing. Um, Now I haven't restarted anything, but when I just clicked on Arcturus Labs, I see this. seems like you should fix the duplicate registrations in the client, right? Yeah, okay, you said as much. Okay, fix all that stuff you're talking about.
Filtered invalid pages and duplicates.
Okay. Alright. For some reason it popped up at a different place. Let's restart this guy. Sometimes it posts all the messages again and sometimes not. I don't get it. Oh, okay, it's still trying to. Yeah, we gotta fix that somehow. Alright, well, let's see what we really fixed. So, okay. Hmm. Truncate both the server and the client logs. And then I'm going to go to a new web page and you can look at both of the logs. Hmm. Shake. That's not what I meant. I just opened a new tab. I want to make sure that that looks correct. I just opened a new tab. Make sure that that looks correct. In Chrome, and then jump back into Zed. Now I just opened a browser to make sure the newer log lines look correct. Now I completely closed that finance page and then went back to Zed again. Make sure the new log lines look correct. Now I tabbed to Obsidian. Check again. Okay, this is looking about right. Let's commit this to a new branch. First, remove all the branches besides main. And then make a new branch called Environment Improvements. Yep, commit all these there. Now make an API endpoint I would like to make a set of diagnostic endpoints in the API, but have all those routes grouped together. One diagnostic endpoint that I want to make is to print out what all the currently known environments are. So I guess that'd be active, and I forget what the other thing we know about them, but I want to print out all the information that we have on them. But I don't want to muddy up the routes outside of, you know, this development stuff that I'm talking about right now. I couldn't remember the word I said earlier. What's up, Mr. Bo?
Nothing. Just getting out the kids' trash.
Cool. Have you paid off your debts? Have you paid off your debts yet?
Did I pee off what? Oh.
Not did you pee off the deck. Have you paid off your debts?
Pay off my what?
Remember how you picked every...
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You're done with that?
No, I'm working on it.
Okay. Keep working on it.
Do you expect me to finish it in one day?
Nope. I didn't expect you to finish it one day.
I'll try to.
Please do. My son took my daughter's hairbrush and pulled every single tine out of it for no reason and then threw it away to hide it. So he's in trouble and we're making him pay for it in chore equivalents to money. Aha. it says unauthorized. Of course, it's unauthorized. All right, I've got to get my super secret bearer token. Give me another curl. All right, what do we got? Why, good morning, JB Love Animation. Where do you hail from? Turdland, gotcha. Cool. Hmm. You're not the first Indian person I've talked to today. Welcome to the show. It's not the most interesting one, but welcome nevertheless. Okay, git commit this as well with a good message. I'm afraid this is not about teaching. I'll do that sometimes. I do a lot of public speaky type stuff and teach about agents. Are you a software person, AI person? All right, so okay, at this point I want to turn my attention towards the server implementation and how the environment manager is referring to the environment repository to associate, to find any bundles of skills and stuff associated with the environment. You know what I mean, right? There might be old code, so I want you to look out for this. The new environmental repository thinks about things as bundles of capability, which might include skills or MCP servers or applications even, probably other stuff in the future. Whereas the old version just simplistically thought everything was going to be skills. So what is the state of the code after an environment gets registered in terms of looking up capabilities associated with the environment? All right. Let's see where this line is in the file. It's defined here. I think that is a poor name for what this is doing, right? Why? No, open file. Go there. It should be getting the path to the environment or path to the bundles. Yeah, we really want to get the bundle, not the skill path. We want to get the whole thing. Eventually, we're going to preview this before the users, and we're going to show every single thing in that directory. And there is still probably some, the idea of accepting an environment or rejecting it, that stuff is now going to have to be accepting or rejecting a bundle. It's on a bundle by bundle basis. So here's what needs to happen next. Whenever an environment is registered, then the environment manager needs to consult with the environment repository and see if there are any bundles associated with this environment. If there is, then the path for those bundles, it should be just one path with several bundles underneath it. The path for that bundle is saved in memory with the environment. And then after you've got that working, you can remove all of the purely skill-oriented stuff from the environment manager. The environment manager itself will know nothing about skills anymore. But the actual session we need to talk about how it accepts or rejects the bundles, and we haven't gotten to that yet. So get close to that, we'll talk about that next. Ooh, I think I like Zed. Buddy, this is good. Okay. Weird. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. Oh, I forgot to say this earlier. Can you create a new script inside the scripts directory for printing out the environments and everything we know about them? That new API endpoint that you created? I don't know what to do about the bearer token. I'll let you figure that out. Cool. Okay, commit what you got so far with a nice message. Thank you. And okay. For the environment for arcturouslabs.com, look through the code and tell me where a skill for good job. That's exactly right. Create such a skill, and I want you to look at the form that exists on arcturouslabs.com and um, have it set up where you can fill out that form, where the agent can know how to fill out that form. It's just going to be a curl request. So look that all up and create that skill and tell me when you're done. All right. Yep. You have to make sure that you actually don't fill out the gotcha argument. Okay. Send an example message to that and see if it works. My son's too bored of doing chores to make up for his sins. And now he's got headphones on, walking around doing chores. Oh, that's cool. All right, so let's see, forms, Archer's Labs, Rook test, we got it, yay. Cool. When are we having dinner, sweetie? Do you remember I've got a meeting at 7:30? All right. That worked well. Okay. So git commit that with a nice message. And then next, here's what I want you to do. If an environment appears, and the environment has a bundle associated with it, then I want you to figure out where we're presenting the user with the bundle with the skills probably, but it needs to be a bundle now. And rather than worry about how we're going to show what that bundle looks like, just create a simple page for now that shows the user the name of the bundle and the skills it contains and the MCP it contains and the apps it contains, but just by name. Don't show all the details of everything. And the user will still have the same choices to accept or reject, or to accept permanently or reject, ignore. You know, there's 4 choices. Same choices, saved in the same database. The key in the database, if I remember correctly, is the hash of the full skills. In this case, it should be the hash, probably Merkle tree hash, or whatever is the typical thing to do there for all the files that's in the bundle. The bundle will always be bunches of text files, if that helps. All right, I'm gonna let that cook, and then I'm gonna go downstairs and get a bite to eat. I will probably be back though. Oh yeah, I might as well like do the thing where I talk to myself about what I did. Was it a good day? Man, it sure did suck at first. Got distracted with something that I thought it'd save me time, but nah, it was just a distraction. I will do it eventually. That is all the little finicky things I do to start up a stream. That's something an agent should do. And that takes me like 10 minutes. It'd take an agent no time. And it would do it better. Okay, so then I got into the environmental logic and figured out that there's just several pieces that were kind of missing. The client itself has to look around and see what environments are popping up, and it needs to do its own tracking. In the case of the Mac application, which I'm focused on right now, it needs to look at whatever windows you have open, whatever web pages you have open, and if you close them, they go away. If they just stay backgrounded for forever, they need to be forgotten. And so that wasn't quite wired up. Once we wired that up, I had to go to the server and say, all right, well, now since stuff is coming in, we need to register it and keep track of it in memory for now. And we need to figure out if it's associated with any bundles of capability in the environment repository that we worked with on day like 5-ish. And then after that, I'm setting up a review of the bundles. So when the bundles are updated, the user gets to look at them. Right now, the model for doing this is a little bit murky because the bundles are like attached to a session. It's something a little bit strange. So that's going to change too, but not yet. So right now it's cooking on that. Hopefully it'll be done when we get back. really weird experience streaming. I want to see if I can do it. Um, because I think like just by getting the reps in, as they say, I'm seeing where I can take what I'm doing and make it more efficient, and it also keeps my butt in the chair.
Hmm.
But like as I'm recording stuff, I can tell the agent, "Hey, remember this for later," or "Hey, clip this for later for like a short," or turn this into a blog post. I can have like a whole content beast running behind this.
Sure.
But most of the content sucks. it's it's really weird. I did have two guests today from India, just random people that showed up in the chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the first time. That happened once, and the person's name was like something something crow. So it's like, okay, you like crow-like animals, and that's what brought you here. But these were two Indian. Seemed like I don't know, maybe college students that were just kind of trying to make their way around.
Huh. Did you chat? Did they like chat with you?
Yeah, totally distracting. I'm not sure if I'm like, if that becomes a thing, I'm not. I probably won't keep the chat on. It's just like
Yeah.
I can. I became more kind of like conscious of like how I was phrasing things when I mean, obviously I'm doing it so that people are able to see me, but when someone was like right there, I'm like, yeah, it's weird. I don't
I
completely
mean, I
know.
guess that's part of the thing though with streaming is it's kind of supposed to be at least somewhat interactive. But maybe you just have to choose carefully, like when you actually interact.
Yeah, I kind of like having I always post a Zoom. So if anyone wanted to like come and join me and like just ask questions and stuff, ostensibly they
Oh,
could.
they just could hop in.
Yeah. And if it became obnoxious enough, then I would just kick them out or close the Zoom entirely and never do it again.
Right. All right, this is gonna be weird. Let's see. I'm gonna. I can see myself in the stream.
Yeah. Hi,
Oh
Mom.
man. That's pretty funny.
Don't worry. No one's watching. All right. While I down my last bite of naan, what are we gonna work on? It, what do you think?
Well, I'm intrigued by the idea of like building the applications into Rook or building an application that Rook is like deeply integrated with, maybe is the better way to approach it. Since you're like, okay, let's do it's basically just like a web app.
This is the thing that I haven't
But yeah.
told Greg about. Greg is like locations only. I don't care about anything else, and I see why, but the I don't know. There's nothing to do in public yet. Like I think we'll figure that out a little bit as we get out there, but all of the behavior that I'm creating under the surface of both clients is the same thing. So why not just make the agent that can interact with either side? Okay, so my idea to state out the open and then for you to throw, bounce ideas off of it or throw wrenches at it. The idea for an app that integrates with Rook is that it's an app just like any app. It could be a Macintosh app, it could be a website, it could be Chrome, it could be iPhone app, but it just has the ability, like an API exposed, so that you talk to the API and it affects the phone, or it affects the application or the website or anything. And then, and so that means if you use the app by itself, it's useful, I guess. If you take your agent and aim it at it, then the app becomes more interesting because it's dancing in time to the agent. And if it's a Rook application, once everything's hooked up, Rook not only has MCP servers or whatever into the app, but has visibility into what's happening in the app. You could, if it was a editor page or something, like you can make a plugin for Obsidian. I'm thinking about doing this because I need it. I could highlight something and then ask Rook about the thing I highlighted without having to say, look in this vault, in this file, in this this quote, and it would be like, oh yeah. So that's what I want to do, and I think that's a pretty. That leaves us a lot of things that we could build. So it's a compelling application that people would like, and it showcases Rook's statefulness.
Yeah, I think the Rook statefulness part is a little bit tricky. But I kind of like that. I don't know how we integrate Rook into it, but I do like your idea of the like chat roulette for hacking on something with someone. And also kind of maybe fits in with some of the like part of Rook is that you're like bringing it into the real world, right? You're not you're like some of it is not shutting it up to be purely in the digital space, I guess, as far as like, oh, it's location aware and it knows where you're at and is trying to like help you interact with the real world, not just what happens on the internet.
That would be cool too, right? If it would, if so, the roulette thing is if people are interested in the same things, let's connect them. But there's no reason that that can't also be in latitude, longitude, as well as cyberspace, right? If we do it right. I haven't completely connected those dots. So let's see.
Yeah.
What's on the table? I like that idea too. So let's narrow and then find our landing point and then branch out with ideas from there. You know,
How much of sorry, go ahead.
If you had something, go for it.
Well, I was wondering like how much of the I don't know, what would you call it, like protocol have you worked out for as far as like how Rook and applications would communicate back and forth? And also, I think I'm not totally clear about like what makes Rook special because you were saying it as like, oh, you can play in your agent or you can play in Rook, and it's more powerful if it's Rook that's using this. So like, what makes it special?
Okay, then I'll tell you what I've got in mind. And I like, there's no concrete that's been poured around this. Some of it's fairly firm, some of it's actually pretty wishy-washy, and maybe you can help me out. An environment is associated with an application, web app, or location for the time being, and they're hierarchical. So website : arcturuslabs.com would be not only, let's see, that would be my website, but you could also kind of go deeper into that. Maybe a better example is an application. Obsidian is an environment, but also Obsidian and My Vault is an environment within that. And off of any of these environments, oh, and locations like Lowe's and Lowe's Store 127 is, you know, in nested environments. And off of any of those can be hanging data, skills, MCPs, applications. And so, for example, if you showed up to Lowe's Store 127, then off of the Lowe's environment, the app would definitely know like the website for Lowe's, and like if it's got like a LLMs.txt or something. Are you familiar with that? Oh, your camera's frozen, and I'm gonna wait till you're speaking again.
Oh, you had froze for me. Did I freeze for you?
We froze for each other.
Oh,
How
now
many
I'm being
how many
told my
seconds do I
internet.
rewind?
The last thing I heard was Lowe's environment, but
Oh, that's
my
actually fine.
internet connection's unstable. I might try to turn off my video. I'm sorry, I'm gonna ruin your stream.
Oh, it's the show. You messed up the show. Yeah, mine's
I'll
fine.
try to come back.
Do a. Oh, well, do that.
I can bring my video back if you want.
Oh, okay. I thought you
Might
just
help.
completely dropped out. Um, I always open a terminal and ping google.com, and then you can see what your latency is in real time.
Yeah, that's what I was about to do.
All right. Anyway, yeah. So off of whatever the environment is, things hang off of it that are useful. So this is the kind of like the first visibility into the environment. If you pop into a Lowe's, the phone looks up the environment and looks up all the information hanging off of it and knows Lowe's.com. It knows LLMs.txt for Lowe's if it has one. Are you familiar with that protocol?
Yep.
Yeah. So like you can look up all the API stuff for that. I don't have a spectacular answer for like logged in API type stuff, but I don't think it's hard. I think you could just say you need to log in, and then we would have to start keeping track of that stuff. But anyways, so you have the Lowe's API, but you're also in store 197 or whatever I said, and so Lowe's Lowe's has websites for all their individual stores, and that website might have the whatever is available at that place, like in inventory, stuff like that. So you can imagine in the future, maybe every store is associated with just a little piece of, maybe Lowe's.com is associated with skills about how to operate inside a Lowe's store. Here's an API. And the Lowe's store is associated with a little piece of information. It's like, hey, here's the actual store ID. And so if you stick this into the API, then you can get, specific information about this store. Following so far?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Tell me if you. I can't tell if you're actually there or not.
Yeah, sorry.
Breathe louder.
I'll be more responsive.
No, you're good. Another thing that you can do is so you can you see the instant information about whatever's there, just whatever we happen to find. If anybody has left a skill there, the community or yourself, then you get imbued with that skill. It's like you have that. You can also leave your own things wherever you want to. Like, for example, when I go to church, I can say like this is my church, and like unfortunately, half the people I should know their name, I don't know their name, but I could slowly like leave notes attached to locations instead of leave notes attached to or I have to look it up again. It's just always present when I need it there. It's like, oh, I'm in this context. Skills I can get into like my website, and the skill I'll leave for myself could be like easily opening up the analytics. Like, I can never remember that the URL for that. So but not just memory of it, but actually opening it up for me. It could be a skill, and whatever you can do with skills, you can just attach that to any place you want to go. Okay, so that's one thing that's fairly firmed up in my head about how that probably should work. I don't have MCPs or apps quite as well built in to that, but I don't think it's that much harder. The other thing is that that I haven't worked on at all yet is whenever a change happens in an application, Rook should be able to see it.
Right.
A big deal for me is like I want to have a conversation about a thing I'm working on, and I want them to be apart where we can me and the agent can both see the thing, and we can touch it and see the other one touch it. We can modify it. And so when I'm working on a web application, when I'm working on a blog post, then I want to highlight something and say, please do this thing with it. Or like Obsidian, I've already done this with it. It's really cool. Highlight really crappy notes that some are missing details, and I say research these online and just fill it in with like a paragraph. And it's beautiful. But it sees what I'm clicking, sees what I'm pointing at. And if you extend that to like websites, it could see that I'm trying to fill out a form, like it sees me writing in characters potentially. And the way that that would work is there, the environment, and I haven't worked this out yet, you gotta help me on this one eventually. The environment notifies the server that state has changed, and the server, next time the client is doing anything, it injects like a message into the user message, like pretty well cordoned off. There is actually like prompt injection issues we got to be a little bit careful with there, but something where it's obvious what's getting what's getting injected here, and it just is a hint to the agent. This is what the user's looking at. This is what you're looking at. And so the agent is going to mentally keep up track of all the stuff that's changing and can actually ask for full state again if it needs it. But that gives the appearance that the agent is watching the same thing with you. Does that roughly make sense?
Yep. I'm kind of... Let's try my video again. I'm kind of interested in working on that. Is there like a reason that are you like putting it off for a specific reason? I mean, I understand like there's complications as far as like, okay, maybe sending state back, but I'd be curious like what version of it can we get to? Maybe the interaction part is a little bit easier, and then maybe there's some hacks we can come up with for the state update part. But I wonder too if, I don't know, there's some things that we can do with like, I don't know, just watching network calls or things like that that would inform of state, or maybe things around like the DOM or something. I don't know. That it's just that could be interesting. So that's kind of interesting to me. I know it's not we talked about like building a specific application, but I think like hacking at that also sounds. Hacking at that honestly sounds more interesting to me.
If you want to build the beast, then I think I need both. First and foremost, I need you interested in this. But by the way, don't let me actually give you pressure. You know, I don't really care, but it would be kind of cool to work together. And I need the actual thing that does all the stuff I just said, but it also needs lots of good example apps to make it come to life. I'm learning about sales and marketing on all the other crap right now, and I have a tendency to go to people and be like, this is a fun idea. And I get excited about an idea without and some people will go with that, but what I really should be saying is, this is a problem, and it's so much easier.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I need demos of how things could be so much easier. Like any app is now addressable by this Rook thing.
Yeah. But in that case, though, wouldn't you rather it be shown on things that other people are already using?
Oh, that's a good point too. So just as easy is making an Obsidian plugin. I've already done that once. Chrome extension is easy. And any IDE extension is easy. OBS, which I'm using to broadcast with, has all sorts of API stuff. It's really cool. I think that would be easy. Yeah, you could do all sorts of stuff.
And yeah, each of those things kind of, I guess the tricky part of that is like each of those things requires you to build a specific application like for those. I mean, if you were to do something like OBS, it's like, okay, I'm building an application for OBS versus something that's maybe a little more generalizable.
I don't think it's too bad, because if this thing is to work at all, then it's the community that would be like, oh, cool, I can take this agent and I see how they're building this thing, I'll build my own extension that does whatever the crap I want it to. And it's, and I hope the community is like, wow, cool, I'll build my own OBS thing. I imagine a world where like there's no SaaS service anything anymore because everyone's like, I'm just gonna build the thing I want right now. It'll take a day
Right.
and then I won't pay for it anymore, and it'll be better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been doing some of that for sure. Well, then maybe I'm not quite sure. Like, what are the pieces that you're missing for that? Like to allow people to build anything with Rook, and why would they use Rook specifically versus
Just an agent,
other agents?
like an MC. Like you can already, it's a good thought experiment. You can integrate with any application with an MCP server. You just make sure that application exposes endpoints through the MCP server that you create. One application at a time doesn't give you location awareness where it's like you jump into the environment and all of a sudden the thing knows. But that's okay because you just have your one-off skill and you have your MCP server and it's embedded in your Obsidian plugin. But what you're missing with that is you could have something where it's easy that no matter which application you jump into, the thing that you built is there already. You don't have to like worry about skills and MCP servers more than just the time you created it. The agent itself is really good at updating its own. Rook is good at updating its own skills with your help. And Rook can see into the state of the system that it's working with. Maybe. I mean, definitely, but we still have to prove that that is a useful skill to have.
Yeah.
I intuitively think that it is, but at the same time, the agent could just like keep polling the MCP server that's like, give me the state of everything. I mean, it could still do that. That would blow out the context.
Right.
I think it's a little bit more natural in some way for the agent just to see, like it's just being given the changes rather than having to ask for them. So it's just aware. But that's got its own problems too. So
Yeah, because you want the agent to be like responding to what you're doing or helping you or something like that.
proactive, like the agent should see that my OBS stream shut off, and it should be like, last time this happened, you told me to warn you, so I'm going to like ring the bell or something, rather than having to poll the MCP server again and not be responsive.
Yeah, so I guess like what I'm trying to get at is what are the things that need to be built still to make that possible? Like what's missing in Rook?
Okay, so I'll lay out some of the code stuff and show you where it bumps up against non-existence. Today, the Macintosh client and the iPhone client push environments into the server as they arise. And they work okay. I still need to like work on that. Once the environments hit the server's like, okay, we're going to manage the environments with the environment manager. That's a thing. The first thing the environment manager does is check with the environment repository to see if this environment is associated with a bundle of capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
The environment repository is right now looking at files on disk. There's like the canonical set of files, which eventually I'll just stick that in a different repo. And then there is like your set of files, and they just kind of, all the bundles get kind of merged together. Okay, so now if the environment manager finds that some environments are associated with skills then this is fuzzy. I don't know the good UX for this. It basically asks the user, what do you think about these? Should we accept it forever? Forget it, ignore it forever, accept it for now, ignore it for now. And I don't know yet if that's attached to all sessions forever or if that's attached to like just this session right now. Okay, so then anyway, you wake up. This is getting into stuff that doesn't exist yet. You actually have a session that you're talking with Rook, and I guess presumably this session is associated with environments that it's entered. I don't, I need a better verb maybe, but which environments does it have the skills like loaded up? If it enters a new environment, then I've got to smooth this out. I've already done this, but it's I've got to stop the agent runtime, which is Pi or Cursor or whatever, and wake it back up with a new skill injected into it. With Pi, this is easy. You just say, you point to a directory full of skills. So you just put them over there. With Cursor, you got to use the STK. I don't quite know how it works exactly yet, but so it wakes back up with all the skills and stuff. And now it's got location awareness, environment awareness, so that it can use MCP servers. Nothing I've said yet has to do with visibility into what the application is doing, because I haven't figured
Real
it out.
quick, what were the parts of that don't exist that you just said? Because you said we're getting into stuff that doesn't exist. Or does it all exist, just doesn't work as well as you want it to?
It's a gross mix right now. That's the problem. As of this branch I'm working on, the client shoving environments from the Mac seems to work pretty good. The environment manager taking those environments and checking with the environment repository works pretty good. The environment repository, that works quite well, and that's in master now, main. The UI UX about loading that into a session and approving it forever, that was working, and I've changed the model so much that it's probably not the idea of saving, and the UX should definitely change. Whatever's there, it's horrible. And then once you actually load it into the session, stopping the session, restarting the session is probably a hack at this point. MCP server has no presence at all, just skills at this point. And then the thing that we're finally getting back to is like environmental awareness of state change. Zero. None of that exists. So the question there was like, how do you create a protocol where where Lowe's.com can push to their server that this is something that's changed, or OBS can push to the server, this is an environmental change from me, and then how can that be injected into either the next user message or sent as a user message, but obviously with the correct packaging so it looks like a environmental update, and we'll have, the instructions say expect environmental updates rather than user messages.
Got it. Sorry. Okay, so I'd interrupted you so what about the next what about the next pieces that don't exist? I guess I'm just trying to find like something that will help, like grip onto something that'll get you close. Because I think I'm, rather than being interested in like a particular app or something, I'm more interested in just like helping to build Rook in general. And I know you need to have specific examples, but I think if we maybe can make some of those other things work, then it's easier to get those examples. Like if you can drop into any environment and then it starts working with that really quickly, like that's kind of the most interesting thing, because then it works for lots of people's problems or like things that a lot of people want to solve. So I think that's where I'm interested in getting is like, okay, for example, maybe where you're working all day is in like you're doing a lot on LinkedIn or something. Well, I don't really go on LinkedIn at all, so I don't really have anything interesting to do with that. But if I could take the same concepts and instead do it with like Reddit or something, um,
I've got it. I think I've got a good candidate use case. Let me show you something.
okay,
This is something that I made, and so like take this, generalize it to other stuff that works like this too, and that's also fine. I don't
okay,
remember how Zoom works. I'm going to share everything on my desktop. I'm going to go to Obsidian. All right, everyone and their mother and their father has built a to-do app at this point. That's just like the fun thing to build. But when I built this app, I built it with basically an API where an agent could interface it, and an agent can do anything with it that a human can. An agent can pull a card from here to here, pull a card from here to here, modify. It's Obsidian, so it can modify the underlying files and rewrite pieces and change the tags and blah 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 blah, change the columns, all this good stuff. But also, this is a good example of something where I could also do that. And if I do, shit, it's a bug. If I do something, okay, okay now. Anyway, so imagine it works. But if I'm doing something like this, then I want the agent to see that that happened, right?
yep,
And so that's a good example of an environmental thing that happened. So this to-do app itself would be a good example of a first application. My dream is that in the future, someone with Rook is like, oh, cool, this would be perfect for Rook because it could see me working on it and I could see it working on it. So
Yeah.
generalize that feeling to anything you want.
yeah,
And then if we have something good to just push ideas off of, then we also have the ability to build this other side, which I agree is
right.
more interesting. So, yeah. So, what's a good example app that already exists that we could
Yeah.
use as the foil to cut up some of these ideas and give you something that would be interesting to work on?
So nothing's coming to mind, but I'm gonna try to like think about what the ideal app would be, because I'm like looking at the to-do app, and one of the things is like, okay, I think one of the interesting things would be, I've done this action, now what other actions am I going to want to do because I did that action, right? Like that's essentially what we want with that's why it's useful to have the agent, because I can do one thing and it'll do a bunch of other things for me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So well, one thing that I don't know necessarily how this fits in. One thing that I've wanted of my own for a while, and I've kind of built some agentic versions of this, is like a cash flow tracker of my own like personal money.
Yeah.
It requires, whenever I do something like this, so I use like Fidelity for pretty much all of my banking stuff, and Fidelity doesn't actually really have, well, they don't connect to a lot of the APIs like Plaid and stuff like that. So what you end up having to do is like some services were like, oh, you just enter your Fidelity like username and password, and then we'll store that and we'll like log into your account for you essentially and get your stuff. Like, well, if that's the case, I'd rather be doing that myself, or maybe I have like an agent do it or something. So I haven't used like giving that information to third-party services has kept me from using things like, there's a bunch of them like Mint and
Plaid.
Yeah, or I was thinking like the actual track. What was the one? Personal Capital. I tried out for a little while, and now there's Monarch, I think. But kind of just help you keep track of like your budget. But what I care more about is like, okay, this is my input, and this is where the money's going. Like, what can I expect to have? Like, I don't know, 2 months from now, like what will it look like based off of, oh, you're going to pay your credit cards off, and then the mortgage is going to come, and this money will come in, and you have like this random subscription that for some reason is going to renew on the 28th of July. So that's something that that's like kicked around in my brain for a while, and I do some of those things manually. And the reason I'm like, ooh, maybe that would be interesting for something like Rooks, I'm like, well, every time it would be great if, since Fidelity actually doesn't really have easy APIs to hook into, it'd be great if every time I go into my Fidelity app, like Rook essentially picks up like, oh, where is your checking account at right now, and can I update that information, and then can I go and grab like, I don't know, the history of your transactions or something, and also make some judgments about it. I don't have a super clear idea around that, but that's just something that kind of came to mind as far as like, this is actually something that I do manually in a couple of spots right now, and I don't really want like to pay. I want all that information to be mine. I don't really want to pay a third-party service and have to trust someone else with all that information. Which maybe also requires like running a local model, but
Well, yeah. I mean, there's
that's the
that
problem there.
too. Yeah, like more future after like the dust settles is that type stuff too. Like, I need the read-only API for this agent, but that agent gets to read and write and all that stuff. So while you're talking, one thing that you made me think of is effectively, if we wanted to generalize what Rook is giving to the world so that other agents can use it, which might be a good idea anyways, MCP is a pull protocol, and then what we're talking about is a push protocol, effectively. So like Fidelity, one thing I would do with Fidelity, I do it with Google Finance. I go to Google Finance and just check on the stuff that I've invested in and just see how it's doing. I would like to get alerts if something big happens, and so I could have an agent that is in that environment, and maybe in other environments that can do things about it. And if anything changes, it at least hits my agent, so my agent can decide if there's anything worth doing about it, and then I can use a skill and point out another environment. Say, if this happens, then open up your skills from this environment and sell all my shares or something. That'd be horrible, but something, right? So it'd be cool. That'd be a magic moment to see an agent that is just that aware of its environment. I don't know. Are we getting towards anything?
Yeah, it's hard because I'm having trouble like pinpointing a specific idea, but I know the general things that I want to solve for. Like if I was to walk, like I know the things I want the agent to do in a more generalizable way, but then putting it into one application is a little more difficult.
What do you use for your notes? Obsidian, Notion,
Right now, I mostly use like Apple Notes.
Apple Notes? Okay.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, what are just applications that are around you? What are websites that you frequent?
Um, well, I feel like almost everything I do is just related to work. So it's like on or like online, I guess. Um, so I mean, okay, one thing I don't know if this is necessarily something you need. Well, you kind of need an agent for it. One thing we were talking about, I've mentioned to you a couple times that I'm interested in this idea of like a second brain. And the it's hard to know, okay, is that a really useful thing to do with agents? But it would actually be a pretty useful thing for us to have um, in like for just people to interact with. Almost like I think what I want is to have a self-updating um, confluence essentially that will take context from a bunch of different places. So like for example, our CEO is also the product person, likes to do everything in Google Docs. But like we like to have everything in Markdown. And so there can be like a drift between what's happening in our markdown maybe on our repo and then what he's done in Google Docs. Or there's just information in different places. Like we've captured a bunch of stuff in the repo and we've captured some stuff in Google Docs. Maybe there's like drift between them because we haven't updated the Google Doc and the repo is more up to date, or we've just like had a stronger definition of something there.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, maybe we have some conversation in Slack and we decide like, oh, okay, we said that there was this requirement, but it kind of needs to get tweaked and updated. That conversation happened in Slack and we go like fix the code, but then maybe the document that was like the original product spec never got updated.
Okay.
Which is, I guess, kind of an example of like, okay, there are these different. If I think about like for work, where I spend time is like a lot in Slack, and then there's a lot of time spent in Claude Code as like its own environment, and then some Jira, probably, and like Google Docs is, I guess, most of it. But those are all different environments, and we don't. It's hard sometimes to make sure that we've like kept each piece up to date. And it would be great to have like a centralized version of that where then you can decide like, oh yeah, that is the canonical version of whatever we've decided about. Like, oh, this is how that product's supposed to work.
Okay.
Another thing would be like we have a conversation in Google Meet and maybe we make some decisions. It's like, well, then someone has to go type those all out and update the documentation. Well, actually, it'd be really nice if something was listening to that conversation and updating it for us, or suggesting updates at least that then we could go in and approve.
Okay, let's play with these ideas a little bit. The way I would do this right now with something, I guess, like OpenClaw is, I would say, if this meeting happened, then I would take the transcript of that and push it to an endpoint. And then on the other side of the endpoint, I would have like something to give that to package it up a certain way and give it to the agent. And the agent would say, okay, I know how to take a transcript from a meeting. I know how to take that and look at the Google Doc associated with it, do stuff like that. Or if the Google Doc changed, I'd have another endpoint registered that would point back maybe at the same agent again. And it would do kind of like the inverse of that. You know, it normalized between all the places that it's connected to. But with the idea that we're talking about right now, Rook, that can basically subscribe to whatever state changes happen in the environments that it's in, then you can just set him in the environment for these type meetings or this document. Like this document itself is its own environment. This weekly meeting is its own environment. And just when something changes, like it doesn't have to subscribe in the same way. You don't have to set up endpoints that then package it up and push it back to the agent. It's in the environment, so it's watching. It sees what happens.
Right. Yeah, I don't want to have to. Sometimes we're talking in like the Slack huddle, and sometimes we're talking in a Google Meet. I don't want to have to like set up 4 different endpoints for each of those things. I would want just the agent to like come with me because that's where I am. Like, I have the information. Like, it should also have the information. Otherwise, I have to like do extra work to give it that information.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. So like mentally, I'm thinking about taking my agent after I trust it and setting it up somewhere for the story that you said. But you could also make your agent always attached to you. Whatever environments you're in, it's in those environments. And so if you're in that meeting, then your agent is registered in that meeting. And so it has the skill to, and maybe like hooks for like whenever the environment is left or something. It's like when I leave this environment, then I need to check to see if a transcript's dropped or a video's dropped, and then I can do the thing. That'd be kind of cool too. The environment could literally be this meeting room, or
Right.
this calendar event, or whatever, and then the skill associated with it is just renormalize, collect the decisions from wherever the decisions got dumped and normalize them.
Yeah, maybe I wonder if not a terrible place to start would be. This would probably be a good way to iron out some of the stuff, the environment UX that you were talking about, and like, oh, what skills am I going to load up? But I'm wondering if just starting. So this is also maybe a way to develop the skills. Is having the agent follow around to each environment and then ask you as you maybe leave the environment, like, oh, or I don't know whether it's entering or leaving, but like, okay, I see that we're in Zoom. Like, what do you want to do? Like, or I just see that you left that Zoom meeting with John. Like, what do you want to do? And then it maybe learns and builds a skill off either watching what you're doing or asking you what you're doing. One of those two things.
Okay, let me riff on that one for a little bit then, because I love that idea. One of my beefs with memory is that like I don't know. Have you ever played with memory where it's like just read everything I've said and make up memories for it? Have you ever actually like tried that rather than depending on a tool?
I don't think so.
I did it once, and it was garbage. Now, I would want to work
Wait,
with
I
it
don't
more.
think I totally understand. So, like, you're chatting with, like,
I had an idea to build my own like memory thing,
Yeah.
And if I'd worked with this more, it would have gotten better. But basically, I said, here's a skill that teaches you how to fill out memories into this Obsidian notebook, which is just a bunch of Markdown files. And what I'm going to do is show you a full conversation that I've had. And then when I say, remember this, then you refer to the skill, and there is like a main page document and that serves as like a table of contents to everything. So I was like, okay, remember this. And I showed it. I just went to like all my old conversations and went to the very end of the conversation and I said, remember this using the skill. And the first one was me writing a proposal for a contract. And so it stuck that in there, but very specifically, as if all of my being and all of my life was not consulting, not writing a proposal, but writing a proposal to this company. And
Got
then
it.
I showed
Okay.
it like another proposal, and it did that. It didn't generalize at all. And so I think you could work with something to make it generalize, but the most success that I've had, not with memories, is it's like with skills. And
Yeah.
I sat down with, rather than do the thing myself, I tell my agent to do the thing for me. And then if it works, I say, take what worked and stick that in a skill. And it's still a little bit over specialized still. It still has that problem. But tomorrow I go the same thing. I say, all right, remind me what were the steps that we went through yesterday. We're going to do it again. And then it's faster. And then I chip off the edges. And I say, do it again. And you probably do something similar, I suspect, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's another place that I think is frustrating for like OpenClaw and maybe Hermes, although I still need to like really play with them. I just don't have time. Is like, here, do this thing for me. You throw it over the fence. It chugs for who knows how long. It comes back and it's not what you thought. And you don't know where in that entire process it's gone off the rails.
Right.
So another tenet of my philosophy is participatory learning. And like you slowly seed over more capability to the agent as you trust it.
Right. Which kind of like how people have interacted with, I think this is how maybe experienced engineers have interacted with a lot of the like agentic coding tools is you're essentially, you're like figuring out, oh, okay, it actually does have the capability to do that pretty reliably. I'm going to start giving it that to, automate away.
Yep.
Versus just like YOLO vibe coding.
Yeah.
But making that like a smooth and not overly intrusive experience, I think is maybe the challenge. Because right now I kind of have to tell the agent like everything that I want to do, where I would love for it just to be able to like see what I'm doing and pick up on that.
Oh, okay. Sure. Is it watching you work or are you telling it to work? Do you have a concrete example of what you prefer as opposed to what you don't prefer?
Yeah, so okay, as an example, we had like and now I'm just rebuilding it for us to basically do all of the generation ourselves, but we were using like a bunch of DocuSign templates for legal documents that our clients had that we essentially had to turn into templates in DocuSign so we could inject a bunch of information from our application into them. And then so we have like a bunch of data on our clients, and then these legal documents, like they want us to inject the information into those and then send it out to be signed by various people. And the process of creating the documents was super time consuming because for various reasons, but part of it was like the templating for DocuSign just wasn't that great. So we had all these hacks around it, but a lot of it was just like, okay, here's the steps. Like I had to go into DocuSign to like manually do certain parts of it. It wasn't really able to be, even though they had a pretty strong API, like there would just be things that were wrong where I'd have to like go in and move, like, oh, it didn't quite place these fields right, so I have to go in and like place the fields correctly, and then I have to give them the correct label so that our data gets injected. And so I would, and then I had to like sync them between their sandbox environment in DocuSign and their production environment in DocuSign, because that's different than our sandbox. Anyways, and it would be great if like an agent kind of just followed me around and understood those things that I was doing, versus now I have to come back and be like, okay, what is like each individual step, and explain, like writing it out and explaining to the agent, instead of, okay, this is what I already do, just like watch me do it and figure it out. Maybe it's not that actually hard to like write each step out, but I would find that even while I was automating, there was a lot more back and forth with the agent, because it was like, oh no, that's not quite right. It's actually this screen. Like, I didn't say it right. Which instead, like, okay, I can just go do it, and then you would know what I'm doing.
So is this getting into computer vision stuff, or is it still?
Possibly.
Have you played much with computer vision stuff? Computer use?
I've used it with Claude, as far as like I'll have Claude smoke test its own changes.
Yeah. Okay.
Like if I'm working on an application, I'll just have it be like, okay, now open it up and see if you've generally got the right idea. But that's it, really.
Okay. I've played with Codex a little recently. It's really pretty good. It takes a while to bumble around and do stuff, and occasionally it does weird things, and that's a little bit scary for me because it has absolute control. And I found something from the Pi ecosystem that's like, here's how to do computer control skill, that I played around with a little bit. It's like, okay, cool. So I don't know very much about computer use. I don't like what I would want it to do, to riff off your ideas, is like I go to the app, and then I'm just maybe even speaking aloud and saying, now I click on this button, and then something, whenever I click, an image of that app is taken with like a red circle, something to be obvious. And then you could end up with a series of steps that I've done that hopefully the agent could follow.
There are, I'm building kind of a small version of this for doing like bug capture in our development environments, where it's like embedded into the application, and you can you move around, and like once you press like recording, it'll follow everything you're doing on the web page. It is a little bit funny, because here, let me see, I can maybe show you something here. I don't think that this has any. I'm gonna find an example of it doing the replay. But there's software that will just do it for you. Oh, this one's with my voiceover. Mute. Okay, yeah, here we go. So it collapses things in a weird way. But why don't I know how to, okay, there we go. Oh, I have to request screen sharing.
I'll allow it.
Okay. So this is our application. This is where on the left side here, you can see like it does some weird things when you have like responsive DOM elements. but it's following each. And the reason I'm making this is because a lot of times, like we'll be doing manual testing, and it's like, oh, I did this bug, and then maybe you do like a video recording or something. But in addition to this, it also is capturing like network activity, and it gives me this little report. Gosh, let me open this and something better. Let's see. Shows new screen. All right, so it gives me this little report, and it tells, and it's like tracked each thing that has happened on this screen. And it can be funky because it'll be like clicked div whatever, you know. Some of these React things are weird, but this is actually not done with any AI either. Like this is just purely, I forget what this is called, RR Web or something. It's purely this like open source software that tracks everything that you're doing on the website.
Cool.
So I don't know how much that helps, but it's not like, this is pretty easy to set up and can track kind of both this, but it can also it can track state changes too. Like another part of this is that we have the whole trace of what was happening and like the details of where it navigated and the network requests it made and stuff. So I don't know if that's super relevant, like super helpful, but I don't know. It gives you kind of an idea.
We're hitting at some things. The ones that I feel like I really attached to in our examples so far, the to-do app, that was my example. I still think that kind of shares, it holds all the pieces, but it's my to-do app and it's a crappy app. That's not great. The being present at a meeting and having like a hook for whenever I leave the meeting, then do this task. That's a pretty cool thing. Whenever I leave the meeting, then read the video, get the transcript, update that document. That, I thought that was a really cool example. That doesn't require state to be given to the agent, but it's also something new though, so it's still pretty cool. Teaching participatory skills, like engaging with the agent while it's learning stuff. I think that's like in some ways kind of the whole deal with Rook is like you go to a location, environment, website, and you say, you know, next time I'm here, I want you to remember this fact, and I want you to remember how to do these things, and then we'll start from there and make it better each time. And so what you're saying right now is, so those are interesting things to me so far, and they each hit on a little bit different aspects of what we could work on. The thing that you're working on right now is kind of within that last thing. And
well, I think I was more just getting at like, oh, maybe those are some of the tools that we could use to do the participatory learning thing.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, and the last thing that you were talking about, that wouldn't be part of Rook, but that would be a skill that like you could just stick into the Rook ecosystem. It's a community skill. I'm developing a website, and so when I've got my developer hat on, that's what we should call the environments, then it has the ability to look at the divs offsets to get, you know, everything that you just saw there. It listens to me and records my speaking and the buttons I'm clicking on, and yeah, so something like that. It should be flexible enough to just like take that cool idea and drop it into the ecosystem.
Yeah. But I think the for me what's most interesting is kind of the participatory learning experience of being able like something that is a lot because I feel like with Cloud Code you can do the I mean like you can do those things with other agents, but it's not like baked into the experience. Like I could work on Claude Code for 12 months and like it gets some memories, but like you said, like they're not necessarily super generalizable, and it's also not prompting me to be like, oh, okay, I've seen you do this. Like, let's turn that into a skill and then refine it together over time. Like that would be really nice. Like you're doing this over and over again.
Okay, so narrowing down the scope, like I've probably got to the bottom of the next hour, and you can tell me if you've got a stopping point before that.
Like 9 p.m. your time, so.
I can go 30 minutes past that. 9 p.m. would be fine too.
Yeah, I gotta take Tiny for a walk before it gets too dark, so probably like 9:10, let's say.
Okay, that sounds good. Let's see if we can get to something chewable by then. So, miniature recap. The agent can go, let's see, one aspect of Rook that's at play is the ability for it to see state changes as they come in. That's cool. We haven't really nailed a good example with that. Well, okay, the To-Do app is actually a pretty good example, but then we've also laid out some examples that might muddy that whole idea, like if there's too many state changes coming in. So, but anyway, real-time state changes coming in is one aspect if you're interested in. Another aspect is like the things that get stuck into the environment bundles. It can be skills, MCPs, applications can actually be part of that. I think over the past couple of days we've introduced kind of the notion of hooks, where it's like I'm leaving the environment. Okay, so check on the meeting. So that's another thing. Hooks is kind of the big one there from tonight. And then the last thing that I think you're most keen in right now is like, okay, I want to develop a skill with the agent. And I feel like you're keying in most to that one. Does that seem right now?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, then what's the rookiness of it? So you can totally do that with a skill already. You can set up your .agent/skills file in directory in your IDE and start talking to it. This is what I do all the time.
Right. I think it's the awareness of the different environments that you're operating in.
Okay.
That's the interesting thing. And again, I mean, I think that's like the big thing is like, how do you give it awareness in an easy way of like each place that you're going into? Because yeah, I can do that in Claude Code, but then it's not going to pick up on the fact that, okay, to go and verify or to like finish off what we just did, I have to now I'm trying to think of a good example. Or okay, I got stuck like it's hard with a work thing because sometimes they're more self-contained, but like we bumped into this problem. You don't know that I would go into Slack and like go chat with someone about it, and then I get that information back from them, and then I'm feeding it back to the agent. Like that's not a great example because there's really not that much friction there. But I think that's the idea of it's like I'm not spending my whole time in one place, and right now, if you're like developing a skill with something, that's kind of the expectation.
You're stuck in the IDE on that one project developing a skill. And if you're lucky,
Right.
you take that skill from your IDE and stick it into the root the home directory skills because it generalizes
Right.
enough. But it's still just one thing. Whereas it's not something that it's not embodied and walking around with you.
Yeah. And it's not, well, I think it's not capturing context from multiple places, really.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
maybe I'm not doing it well enough.
Okay. I'm getting bits and pieces of the idea. I wish we had something
I know.
specific. Like as soon as we get okay, so here's two things that I'll angle towards. I've got to get the environment chain more mature. It's close, but it's still kind of a mess. As soon as I have it set up where my phone dependably knows what environment I'm in, I can walk to a place and I can say, we're going to create a skill for this place. This is my home. And we're going to have several skills associated with my home. Here's one. And I can start conversing with an agent building this skill set. If I'm on an application, if I go to my office, that's kind of a different environment for me. I'm at work, air quotes. And then the environments for at work is there's a big bundle of content stuff that I work with. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm getting one because I've been wanting to do this. I do a lot of half-ass stuff with content right now. I'm streaming. When I started this stream, I wanted to pull down the transcript from yesterday and figure out, like, I create a little tweet that's like, here's what I did yesterday. And it's annoying to go get all that crap together. It takes like 10 minutes to go get the last summary and put that link just so I've got it. So maybe I'll quit doing it. But what if I could teach the thing like, here's me going and getting yesterday's thing. You could do that, Mr. Agent, by just pulling down the transcript. You can find where I start talking about the summary. You could pull the video down and get that timestamp. I've got another skill somewhere where I found out that I can really easy pull out the ums and uhs out of a video and just shrink it down. I could tell it to do that. And so slowly I could build up these set of like mini skills and arrange them into like macros effectively. It's like, okay, I'm jumping on to a stream. You've seen me do this before. It pulls everything together and automatically fires it out to Twitter. Writing stuff to Twitter is another skill.
Well, and then I think this part of Rook isn't quite figured out right, but I think that since you, John, have taught that, it's like, well, now Nick, I also want to start doing stuff with content. And also there's like thousands of people out there who are doing stuff with content, basically what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't it be cool if your Rook could like discover those other skills so that it might be like it would know earlier on. It's like, oh, okay, I know that I can do all these things with OBS because they're out there in the ether, essentially. And I'm going to be able to do these things faster because there's better ways of doing the things that John's doing.
Oh, okay. So, okay, now we're brainstorming. I sat down and opened the OBS application. But just by virtue of me being in that environment, the community has an OBS skill set, and there's a CLI that the agent now knows how to download. And so it's like, okay, cool, I'm gonna start using this. And so now I am, and that's convenient on its own merits. It's like automatically found the thing. And then I'm like, okay, but for me, I'm gonna immediately, as I'm talking to this thing, I'm like, use YTLDP, DL, whatever, the thing where you can download videos and stuff from YouTube. There's like a thing that's popular now. And so when I start trying to use that, it, I don't know about entering the environment of a CLI command. That's a little bit weird, but maybe I entered that environment. Like I have a skill for that. Something knows how to do that. And the whole time I'm keeping track of show notes in Obsidian. And not only am I in Obsidian, but I'm in my actually core thing is I'm in a show right now. I'm streaming. And so the streaming thing becomes kind of like the central environment that's orchestrating all these other environments that I've just like gained. I entered an environment, I gained the superpowers of that environment, OBS, YouTube download, Obsidian, and when I'm sitting in the show person chair, then like I can orchestrate these things and build a more abstract level of task that's associated with them. Next time I sit down in this environment, it's also assuming that I'm getting ready to open up Obsidian and all these other things. It could even offer to do that for me. Like, hey, Rook, I'm getting ready to watch a show. It just creates my cyborg body in the right configuration for that. And it can do that, right? Because like, I've always been thinking about like, I open up Obsidian and I'm there. And maybe the first day I opened up Obsidian and I'm there. I opened up OBS and I'm there. But maybe the next day I just say, hey, Rook, let's do that thing again. Let's go into a conceptual environment. So websites, applications, locations, conceptual environments. But it's like, okay, I've got it. All the skills say that a required environment, like environmental packages, I don't know, like for this environment to be meaningful, we're going to open up these things because you said that you wanted these other environments open. We open those up and we get those skills and we can do, like your control panel is now set just like you like it. And if I freaking wanted a control panel, I could make one and the API, the agent could talk to its API. I could like have a control panel, literally.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll shut up.
Yeah, I think that's kind of different than like what I was initially thinking of. Like you've gone now, it's the idea of the composing of the environments together is its own environment that is often important. Um, so, and you kind of want to be able to interact with them together. So like when I don't know, open up my work, I am probably, I'm also going to want to be running the application, and then I might want to be maybe I even want to be like recording like what I'm testing so that, like you're saying, it's the same kind of ideas being inside of that like content creation environment. But the environment isn't just the application that you're working in, it's like the context of what you're doing is an environment.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is actually really important because otherwise it's like you jump into Zoom and how does it know that you're doing a show versus I'm gonna, like call my parents or something, or I'm gonna be meeting with a bunch of family members. And it's like I don't want to bring up my Obsidian and start OBS with that stuff. And it makes it, I think, more powerful, and it understands what skills to select. And one of the interesting things, like what I was getting more at was like, oh, how do we, but this is kind of part of it, is like, if there are skills out there in like the Rook universe, because I want to be able to like quickly pick up on the things that other people are doing, because other people have done this 100 times. Like, how will Rook know what skills are really useful for me? And if I hop into Zoom, like I'm not necessarily using like what the streamers are going to be using with Zoom, right? Like most of the times I hop into Zoom, I'm not opening OBS, but you are, and it has that and it has that context of what you're actually doing. Is the I feel like I've come back to the idea a few times of like the having skills from that other people have developed be discoverable. Is that something that you're wanting to make a part of this, or is it more like you're building up your own catalog and then you could go and find someone that's like, oh, they're doing this thing, I'm going to go download their skill because I'm also doing this thing, versus like, oh, it's automatically discovered and understood whether it's something that would be useful for the task that you're doing?
Um, both. Um, like all three. One is I'm making my own skills whenever I hop in an environment that's important to me. Two is there are canonical and like bomb-proof skills that are safe and whatever vetted. That's like something, and maybe you can flip those on so that you always accept them. I don't know. Very hand wavy because those things don't exist yet. And then three would be yeah, the community saying like, and hopefully this kind of goes back to our original conversations, like vetted, and not vetted, crap, upvoted ish by its usage by the community. It's like how do you get the
Yeah.
trust and the community dynamic to promote the Obsidian thing that's the best thing, or the Walmart thing that's the best thing, something whatever it is, or this park. Like there's a park that was not didn't have any official anything, and the community came together and made a skill for the park that has its calendar of events and stuff like that. All right, you have 15 minutes to make something concrete. Make it concrete. How can
I mean, I think that have like having a repository of discoverable skills that your I mean that I guess they have to be verifiable. I want them to be like verifiable and trusted in some ways that isn't GitHub upvotes because that are stars because that's become like totally garbage. And then a way of easily discovering those. Um, maybe I think maybe these things work for OpenClaw, but like I don't know, some combination of that like repository plus discovery for something and then like making it really useful for me personally based off of what I do. Like if I had that, that would be super valuable. Like and I could plug it in anywhere. And then I think there's probably a way to make it specific for Rook where it's like the environment awareness part of it is an important thing. Um, but that would be really valuable for me. And I don't know if that exists anywhere,
so
really.
the experience is you have Rook open on your screen. It's your agent for everything. You have it on your phone too. And then like when you just go to a website, it's like, oh hey, this website has skills. Take them. And you go to an application, it's like, hey, this application has skills. And you go to a Google document that's inside your company, and it's like, hey, Bill over there has made a skill for that document. Is that this of use for you? Um, is, am I getting close to what you're imagining?
I think so. I mean, and part of me wonders like, does it even really need to tell you? I like, yeah, you might accept the skills, but it's more of like it gets this like the skills give the agent like information about what it can do, and then it can like build its own capabilities for you specifically on top of that.
Mm,
So it's not necessarily about like build like using Bill's skill because although it could be, I guess, as well. But it's also like part of it I think that's important is like, oh, it gives me a lot more context. But in some cases, yeah, it is I think if I was to use it now, it would literally just be like using someone else's skill. But I would like my agent to understand like what my intention is, not what Bill's intention is.
hmm
and to then use Bill's skill in the way that would work best for me.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, because like downloading skills off the internet is like hit or miss, right? It's like
Yeah,
they had their idea in mind, obviously. Yeah, okay.
yeah. And I would think maybe I'm thinking about it too. Like, okay, you're maybe using the same tools as a bunch of streamers, but the clips that the way that you're going to clip things is very different from like a political commentator, right? Um, like depending on your context, you might be using those tools differently.
Okay, so could I interest you in this? Just some way of getting you to sink your teeth into it and making it concrete. One of the issues is like, okay, we have the ability in the Mac client to pick up any website URL and to pick up any application by package name. It's like the official way of doing things. In locations, apparently we can pick up similar type stuff, but we don't have like there are no skills, and there is no metadata. Um, but we know that Rook for every environment has skills, MCPs, applications, and metadata hanging off of it, and maybe hooks too is something that's an interesting idea for when you enter, when you exit. Um, Ignore hooks for now. Would you be interested in at least playing around with how do we populate that from like LLMs.txt and from Macintosh package manifests, because that'll tell you like their internal APIs. You can actually get into stuff like that. And like the find skill function that npm has, like it has like a place of looking up skills, so you could like match these package names or stuff. Would that be of any interest in just being
Yeah.
pulling that a little bit
So
further along?
essentially, like, how do we populate the repository of skills that we're building?
Yes.
Of skills and capabilities, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
um, you got 2 more minutes, so let's hang on just a second. I'm going to share my screen. Boop. um, and then I'm going to go to this guy, and I think I've finally heard it today. Let's see. Um, okay, and then so since this is open, I will open it to Zed, which has Rook in it. So now it's in the Rook environment, and I'll say, do you see any PRs? Sorry, any issues on GitHub that have to do with populating the environmental repository with skills? I'm amazed at how well the speech to text to agent works, because like
Yeah,
half the time the speech to text like screws something up,
yeah.
but like the agent.
The yeah, the context that it can gather from poorly constructed sentences is pretty incredible. Oh, cool. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I that's why I like part of me was having a little bit of trouble is I'm like especially recently been doing more and more like just talk but I'm like okay, I also do some things side by side. Um but I do so much just like talking directly to the agent, which is why like when I go into a new environment that's the interesting thing I find about Rook is like if I go into a new environment that like isn't necessarily agent enabled, I want it to have the same capabilities because someone else has already like gone in there and figured it out. Right. Or like I don't want to use like whatever shitty version of AI like someone else came up with, in their website. Like just I want to use my agent to do it. Yeah. Haha. Yeah, treat it kindly, John. Okay, so now I'm gonna copy and paste this into my Claude code. Uh, no, it got the wrong intention there, actually. Oh, they feel like it sounds it was. Yeah, whatever. Oh yeah, I've learned this. Hmm? Mm-hmm. Well, I have it installed. I just need to update it. Okay, cool. I should probably just put it on my phone, honestly. Use it a lot more there. Sure. Yeah, the other thing is that I'm not used to paying for my own AI use. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. What I've been doing with Open Router is what, and it's like, I don't know. So that's what I set it up with, and I plan to pretty much just like use that with the. I wanted to play with open weight models anyways, but I guess I was a little weird. I guess I'm not using it for like coding though. Well, I will be using it for some coding. Eh, anyways, it's not that. With DeepSeek, are you paying per token use, or are you doing a subscription? Do they have a subscription for that as well? I know there's also, I think that there's Open Code Go. Oh, damn. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess at work I do kind of token max, at least a little, with like a lot of looping and just like auto running things and trying to automate as much as humanly possible. Uh, okay. I mean, it's not much different than what you're doing. You just let it do more and more. But it's, yeah. Okay. I, yeah. That, I mean, but part of it too is just like building the skills like you're doing. Um, if you, I mean, a big part of it too is like allowing AI to use itself, like or use the things that it's building itself. Um, that's like what really like if you're setting up really well the way that it determines whether it's done something correctly, which obviously that's the way that it was trained, but that's, I mean, that's really how you end up using it, like doing the loops and having them be useful. But it helps when it's completely subsidized. Subsidized and like pay, like I used in 2 days since the beginning of July, I used $100 worth of credits. Um, I mean, and that's like not even that is while also having a like $120 subscription, whatever they charge enterprises. So I used like that's extra usage on top of like maxing out the as much usage as you can have. So yeah, Cloud Code. But I want to make things like I want to be more agnostic in the agents that I use because I don't know if we're gonna necessarily use like I think that especially since it's so subsidized, like well eventually we're just gonna use DeepSeek. So I want to make sure that like I'm not trapping myself with a tool, which I don't think I'm doing, but Pi is great. Yeah. 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 Another thing, which I don't know if this is really applicable to Rookton or not, but another thing I've just been thinking about a lot and trying to read more about is uh well, I should probably go here, but combining or like deciding when to use different models and also combining models for the best possible task path. Um, since well, both I have concerns about like, well, obviously like Fable just went away. And then no, it's back. That's why I also use so much of my usage. But since it did go away, and then also just the fact that eventually the leading companies are going to have to jack up their prices like crazy. So being able to select and like use different models to do the best thing you want to do is also interesting to me. But I don't know how applicable that is to Rook specifically. That's probably more something Rook would eventually use. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe you'll get like business in between there, and then you'll use Rook to serve your like even more business, and then rolls on top of itself. Mm. All right. Well, thank you, John. I'm gonna play around with. I just have some time tomorrow, so I might play around a little bit with this issue, or at least have agents hack away at it for me and see what they come up with. Okay. Okay. Is that just why do you say that? Does it even like belong on GitHub? I'm so suspicious of GitHub. Sorry, John. Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. Well, I'll let you know. I'll let you know what I come up with. Thanks for this brainstorm. Okay, sounds good. All right, I'll talk to you soon. I will. Happy 4th.
Well, now you can hear me again. The thing I learned tonight is eventually my cool microphone will run out of batteries. And there's nothing that'll tell me about it. That's okay though. That was a good conversation that was only halfway audible to the stream apparently. I think Nick is interested in working on this, and he's going to work on the environmental repository. We brainstormed a lot of good stuff around pushing the state into the agent, or pushing like just other metadata into the agent upon arrival. Hooks, like do this task when I enter the environment, do this task when I leave the environment. And the idea of combining environments together. Like when I do my content stuff for streaming, I open OBS. For writing a blog post, I've got my blog directory. For notes, I've got Obsidian. For actually putting it out into social media, I've got like Twitter or X. And so I can be in social mode, which is its own environment effectively, and just have all those other environments come online, and I start interacting with them and building skills that are like macros into those, the other skills that are awake at those times. Interesting. All right, that's it. I've got a lot of work to do with environment stuff still getting there. Peace out.